Apparently still broken. God damn it. Ah! Oh, come on in, Stony. How are you? How's your day? Welcome. Hi. Still broken as well, apparently. God damn it. I wish I could. I wish I could fix the thing. I can't. I mean, I probably can, but you know, in a way, I can't. I did some changes though today, to be honest, to make sure that it works, and it doesn't. So it's you know, uh, no, you told me one thing. That doesn't mean that the issue is the issue. I mean, it probably is, but still, doesn't change much in the fact that I don't really know what to do. You know, like it's just one option. Uh, it's gonna be fine. It's gonna be fine. It's gonna be okay. It's gonna be okay. Um, I don't know. I'm checking for everything that the current situations. I had the thing set to first message off stream, which apparently is a tag, but also because I don't have the follow scan things, and right, and I forgot that first words were something, so I'm kind of trying first words, but I'm not sure if it's really uh, um, a tag. I know I should console log the messages. I know. I know. I know. But you know. Because I forgot where it's supposed to be. That's the main thing. I forgot where, if it's supposed to be here, the console log for the message, or if it's supposed to be wherever, or if it's supposed to be somewhere else. I don't know. I don't know. But for your side of things, not really alert related, right? Because that's the thing. The Android version is coming along. Again, still not good, but better than last time, which is last week. Um, and I did something today, which you probably can't tell because it's tiny, like, you know, the usual. But it is way easier to have text on path for Android. That's the only thing. The rest is shit. But yeah, now this is about good when it comes to navigation. It's still broken, but it's about good. The content of the dictionaries is still working to an extent, but it has some breaks, obviously, because it shouldn't do that. And overall, it does work better. But there are still some issues, as in here, this thing is staying on for like 15 seconds before it can just load in, and yeah, that's just annoying. And I don't know why it wasn't that earlier today. I made some changes to get through, like basically to have the profile things kind of work, but it doesn't. Still, it was much better earlier today when it comes to the design and to the content and all that. But it doesn't change much in the fact that things are broken, and and all of that, but it's still a starting point, and it's okay, right? I have some content, I have some pages, I have that. No, the duration that is currently set is 3.5 seconds. And it's supposed to just stay there for 3.5 seconds so that I can load the first set of kanjis in the splash screen and then move on. But apparently it just loads the entire thing and then move on, which is not what we want to have. But yeah, I will figure it out again. We'll figure it out. So, yeah, no, I did that. I went exactly here. First message is for the first time chatter, which is what I hadn't implemented in the first time, which is also what is currently implemented right here. The first message, message hi. Did that work? I doubt it. I doubt it. It didn't work. How are you, message? I hope you're good. So this is exactly what I went to. I looked at that, and the returning chatter isn't a thing based on feedbacks and things that I've seen on other discussions, mainly because the discussions that I've seen were from further down the past. But nonetheless, the first message and returning chatters is not a thing. So yeah, it's I can't know that. I can't really know that. I think I can potentially integrate it, but yeah. As in that. I forgot an E. I do. I do. Chris, hi, welcome in. How are you? How's your day going? How's everything? Yeah. I told you I am not interested in coding in any way, shape, or form. I don't give a shit. And yeah, the thing is, right now I can't really use it because you have chatted a bit. Not that it matters because it's the beginning of the stream, but still, like yeah, that's the thing. That's the thing. We'll see. I don't think it works. Huh. Like I doubt that this will work. Like I doubt that this will do anything in terms of having the alerts work. Right? As presented right now. It doesn't. So that's just not good. So yeah, this is, again, this is the first chatter and not the first words. So I'm trying to have this. Yes, it does that. Good drop of the croissant. And a vacation until January. That's pretty good. I mean, if you can afford that, that is pretty good. And good job on landing. Oh, you meant from streaming. Ah, sad. I don't know. I don't know how this works. That's the thing that pisses me off the most because the returning chatter is just not really a thing. And the reset function is just setting the used state. Like, have you used the commands and have you been in the stream prior to this? So it basically resets everything and it should work. It doesn't. Eh, we'll see. It's really weird to me. No, Discord is not public. It is not. The thing is, like, the first word, um, thing, um, yeah, I'm paying 40 a month. I'm paying for twice the amount of fast requests that I have, and which is good. I think their model of like pricing is the best that they have in terms of AI assistants and other things because most of the other ones are kind of incremental, as in you get like something for 20 bucks a month, and then if you want to double that, you need to pay more than double the price, which makes no sense to me. Whereas Cursor is just, you want something, you want a certain amount, you can have that for a certain amount of price. You want double that, you can have that for double the price. It makes sense. So it's, yeah. Um, yeah, that's the thing. But yeah, I've been looking at most of the fucking discussions about the tags and the comments and all the things, and it is just not good. Most of the thing that I'm finding is that the the tags themselves, they exist obviously because they pop in on the prompter for me, but they also are only available and visible for some reason in Streamerbot and Atom and Chatterino and all of these things, which is making no sense to me. So yeah. So yeah, I'm using. So Chris, if you want my full bankruptcy platform behavior, I have ChatGPT for 20 bucks a month, Claude for 20 bucks a month, Cursor for 40 bucks a month. I also had another one. What's the name of this one? Um, I have Ocean, but it's not Ocean. It's yeah. I had another one that I kind of stopped, and yeah, yeah, a lot. Um, I think the speed of Cursor or the usefulness of Cursor is like it's only good for people like me. Like it's only good for people that have no fucking knowledge of what they're doing and don't really have any interest in learning the things. They want to ensure and have like a base learning or base knowledge of what can be done, and then that's about it. Then the AI slash assistants do the work for you, and then you can tweak it if you know how to tweak it, which is basically what I'm doing when I'm doing like some iOS code right now. I'm just going through things and editing the visuals, because the visuals make sense to me like that. Obviously, I'm a designer, that is the part that I can kind of manage and ensure that it works. But for anything that is functional, I have no fucking clue. So yeah, I don't think Midjourney's that useful, to be honest. Like I mean, personally speaking, I don't think image generation platform and tools are that useful for most people. Like there isn't a use case that what do you mean this code is public? Is it? I mean, it's public on the stream, yeah. I don't know if overlay one is on my GitHub. Is it? Oh, it is. Yeah, it is. Yeah, you can have a look at that if you want. I think. Yeah. I don't think yeah, that's basically it. I don't think there is other implementation of generation images right now that makes sense other than thumbnails and hero headers and other things. Like there was a platform that popped in on my Threads feed today for Japanese learning thing again, obviously. And it's really interesting how my initial reaction to the AI generated images was like, ugh, that's just bad. And there will be a point where it's, we can't really tell if it was AI generated or not. But at that point, it was really bad. I don't think I liked it. So I don't think I will be able to find it again. But yeah. Yeah. I don't, again, Stony, I don't give a shit. I wanted something to work and I just made something that kind of worked. Um, that's it. That is it. Obviously, Thread is just ass, so I can't really, like I said, show you that. There has been a ton of new apps popping on Threads specifically. Designers doing a lot of really cool creations. So that is really interesting for me to have like references. But yeah. I think for someone that has the skills, Cursor is not as good as Copilot if it's integrated like the free version of something. Yeah, I don't think it's worth it. I think it's good. Like for me, it's great. It just gives me all the thing that I need and it does the work for me. On iOS, on Android, it's just shit. And it also lacks a lot of like context and knowledge, and yeah, it's annoying, to be honest. Yeah, I I I think the hype is good, but it's probably people like me, to be honest. On Twitter, it's probably just people like me that don't have any fucking knowledge, and therefore it's great. It's great for us. Like we can really have access to things that we wouldn't have had access to in the past, and we can generate and create things that we again wouldn't have had been able to create. It's just like yeah. The thing that is kind of sad for me right today is that I have been I paid for, I think, a topic this morning, and I have my payment for so a topic is closed, and I have my payment for Cursor tomorrow, and I think 3 days later I have my payment for ChatGPT. Like they are almost at the same time, so it's a bit of a dip in my budget when I should probably just span them out in either having them exactly on the same date, or potentially like spread them out a bit more, as in stopping one for 2 months and then coming back to it later. But yeah, it's uh, it's a thing. It's a thing. It's just yeah. There has been, like, I don't know if you've seen, but there has been like a lot of people that have had subscription tracker apps popping up. Like you probably saw that if you are on Twitter and you are following dev designers things, you probably have seen some. Someone created like a Figma thing, and then 5 people decided to recreate that in code. And so yeah, there is a ton of people that have like trackers or subscription trackers, which are interesting potentially, but yeah. Also, there was like a thing that I saw earlier today. Let me see if I can uh, see that. There was someone that said that they had on their Gmail account something automated for subscription. So maybe it's only for the US. I don't know, but yeah. Yeah. Chris, this is the Figma glitch where basically if you don't pay attention to your monthly active editors, you will pay for all of your clients that have had access to one file one day and now don't see the file anymore. As long as the file is still on your account, you pay for them, which is why I'm paying for Stony every month, $16 for him to just be able to go in and take a look at the Figma file and use plugins. But yeah, that's it. It's not that much. I wish I could pay for you on a yearly basis because it's cheaper. Like I'm paying 165 for myself, and technically I'm paying 180 for you. I don't mind, but it's just like, if I could pay for the year, I would pay for the year. That way I wouldn't have like that recurring thing. But I think if I place you as a yearly plan, it pushes me into something else. So, that's the thing. That's the thing. But yeah, no, I absolutely agree that this entire thing is a mess, and this entire thing should be rethought in a way that makes sense. It's just that the refactoring of where things are supposed to be, where are the files supposed to be placed, and all of that is just such a mess. And yeah, it does. It does. If you have a look at this, unless you have stopped them, but I think you should not. Um, Figma send you this every time that there is like a renewal that is about to happen. And so you will have a reminder of upcoming payment that says on this team, you have like one design seat for 1650. That's Stony. And this is the amount based on the number of paid seat at that time. The renewal is on December 11th. So if I were to go into my Figma section thingy, go into the admin profile, and then get into my people tab, which I'm gonna just blur just in case the mail is absolutely not there, just in case, to not dox Stony. But in here, technically, the Hotmail subscription mail of Stony right here, if I were to like reduce Stony to a non-full view, like a non-full user, but like a restricted, like a viewer restricted, I wouldn't have to pay on the 11th. Like it's just weird that they give me like a day in advance of, oh, be careful, something is going to happen. And then if I take the action that I need to take, which is basically going in and editing the content of my payable subs, I would not have to pay. And I can just do that every time. Like it's just, it's a thing. So I don't know. We'll see. But yeah, I think it's, again, I think it is, to my point, I think it's ridiculous that I have to pay for someone when that someone could pay for themselves. And even if you pay for your full Figma account, like on your side, you pay like 160 per year, and I pay like 160 per year. If we want to collaborate together, we need to pay 160 each a year to just be able to collaborate together, even though we do have both the same features, which makes no sense. So yeah, that. Yes, tell me, Logan. Ask the question first. So yeah, it is really weird to me that just like it's not a license for myself. It's a license for myself in my environment, and then if someone else has a license for themselves in their environment, but they want to collaborate in my environment, I need to pay for them in my environment as well, which makes no sense to me. So that's a thing that we've been all designers kind of complaining about for years and saying that this is really a bad move from Figma and it just looks like a bad thing to do on their ends, but they keep at it. So, we'll see. We will see. What the fuck is that? I'm seeing something. Oh, yeah, that. This is really bad. You don't see it, it's fine. Yeah, it's just bad. I really think it's a bad move from them in terms of public image. Like I get it, but in 20 minutes that's gonna be kind of complicated. Get yourself some ink if you have, and get yourself some paper, like just a piece of papers, and do some ink things. As in, I don't have one right here, which is kind of sad, but you basically get your piece of papers. Let's say that this is a piece of paper, and you're gonna fold it to get a flat edge that will trap some ink in that teeny tiny slit, and then you're gonna use that. So you basically gonna do something like that, and you're gonna use that to learn how to trace. That is gonna give you the heavier part of the letters, and the thin part of the letters is gonna be just that. So that's the easiest way to like do that if you are in Procreate, which is the case right now, and you are trying to do that. There are brushes that already exist that are the calligraphy brushes that you can use as a starting point. Most of the idea is kind of understand the rotation of the pen and what, yeah, it's the same. And how to kind of go through it. There was a video this morning on TikTok, I think, that was pretty neat. However, did I like it? I don't know. In between all of the asses, maybe, probably. My feed right now is just like rings. I'm gonna show you one in a second if I find it again, but I want the calligraphy thing first. But I think it was like earlier. Goddamn, this bitch is just magnificent. Ugh. Yeah, it was not there. I know you can't see it, which is fine. Yeah. Specifically because you don't really have the search features on the web to give you the access of how, like, to see the thing that you have learned in the past. These are kind of similar to how to understand how to create letters. The thing is, you probably don't have the time to do that. So I think maybe the easiest way for you to learn right now is going to be to find a font that is calligraphic fonts that would let you have the effects, and then kind of wrap it around something. But that's gonna be it. That's gonna be the base. But you can follow that if you want. It's just like I don't really know. Like the ligatures is gonna be the easiest thing to do once you have the letters themselves. And again, fonts are gonna be the easiest thing to have because you can basically create like a vector shape and then just blend it. Even though it's wrong and you shouldn't, you can still do it. So going through shit like Fontshare or other platforms to have like some sort of a handwritten slash I guess Gothic is gonna be the ID, and just using that as a base, like that could be a thing for you, just to follow through with the ligatures that they currently have. But you know, other than that, I don't think I can help more than that. And as Chris said, good typography is going to take you like a also, yes, 100% with that. I agree. I do agree. I think that the rush might make you create something that is obviously for you, but if you can hire someone to do the calligraphy on the cards, if that's your goal, do that. But again, fonts, much better. Like right now, you go in whichever font that I shared in the past, and you take a look at it, and you just, you know, you know, that. I know that link by heart. I've typed it so many times. It's just, yeah, you just go in there and you look for something in the script, or potentially black letters, I guess, um, for the calligraphic effects, and then use one of these and bend it. Yeah, and not even like modify it a bit, but um, like let's say this is the thing that you want to have, and you know, I mean, I'm not saying that, right? If that's the word that you need to have, you can have this. And there's this magnificent thing that just tells you, oh, I can take a screenshot of that, and then you can just have that as a how can I say, as a guide. You can use that screenshot as a guide, and then you can just write things on top of. So, yeah, model, whatever you want to call it, to be honest. But but yeah, in there will probably be like a font that is matching the style that you want to have, or the feel that you want to have. I'm currently in Gothic and black letters, which is obviously not. I mean, obviously, I don't know, but probably not the thing that you want to have, and that works. It might just be complicated to do. I don't know, but maybe that is a good base, you know. Um, Probably. I don't know. I don't know. So yeah, I guess this is the best option. Just use that as a base, as a template, as a thing. If it works for you, if the output and the creation that are generated by these things are good enough, use that. I guess that's going to be the easiest thing. And you probably have never done that. But this is another option that I used to do a ton, often. Yeah. On Behance, there have been a ton of typography projects, and like it's been a lot of time when I'm looking for fonts, typography, whatever. Let's do that. And I'm finding one that is pretty good, but I don't want to pay for the whole thing. I'm just going to look at the project. Most of the time, they don't have like the full letters displayed. And sometimes I'm just seeing like, let's say I'm just seeing the first thing. This give me basically so far the A, B, C, D, E, therefore F, because it's just like cropping this. G, right there. H, I don't have I, but I can think about it. Like it's creatable. J is gonna be a bit of a weird ass thing when I'm gonna switch the C to get like the letter shape, but it's probably wrong. K doesn't exist. L is basically the E without these two bars. So you see what I'm saying? Like it's basically you have like the first image, the first creation, the name of the font, or the marketing assets that they have created, and you can just snippet some letters and extend some others to generate the words that you are supposed to do or create. Sometimes you are missing like one letter and you can't really create it by something else. Like here, creating a W is going to be extremely complicated because it's supposed to be a monospace font. So having the W here is kind of hard. So having this here makes a lot more sense, and it's extremely useful for me to just get that. But other than that, like just having the initial fonts ID, just snipping things here and there and then duplicating the letters themselves is an option. I'm not saying that it's the best option, but it's an option that kind of gets you basically where you want to be quickly, and you get the bases. So I feel like that's a good thing. Sometimes it doesn't work, right? Let's be honest. Sometimes there is not enough letters, but like if you have a definition of this, you probably have all the letters you need to create like a logo or a test or something, and see if it works with the clients or yourself. All that. That's the idea. I like these. But yeah, I think the usual. This is gonna be the easiest way for you to just get an ID, see how it's bent, and maybe if you want to have like a bit of a bench shape for the placement of the calligraphy, then you can kind of do that. Wrap the thing with Illustrator or Affinity, and should be good. Now I'm so high. What comment on YouTube? A roadmap specifically for just design in general? My name is A, like the letter A. Yeah, tell me the type of roadmap that you want to have. Like roadmap for learning design as a general thing, learning from like roadmap for learning UI design, illustration design, all that. For web designer, I see. I guess the initial thing that you need to do is understanding the structure and the foundation of like web design. So there is a ton of things that exist. I have a lot of things in mind. I have a lot of links that I will be able to share in a second, but it's just as of right now, there is a ton of change that is happening in the web design sphere, and things are still in displays and in screens that you are currently watching me on, for example. But things are kind of changing, and the rules and the behaviors of like web design are kind of changing, mainly because of like folding phones, different types of displays, different flexibility of display, and also some of the newer tech as AR glasses, headset, all of that. But the initial thing is going to be the exact same thing as usual. You go on the platform of choice for you. So it could be Dribble, it could be Behance, it could be any inspiration-based website. And then if you are looking for creating landing pages, web design is usually going to be landing pages. You just look for landing page. You find some things that speaks to you, and then if they have like better screenshots of that, take these better screenshots. If they don't, you look at this, you put that in your design tool of choice. For me, it's Figma. For you, it might be Sketch or XD or whatever. And then you try to recreate this. The goal for the recreation is to understand why things exist and why they have been placed in this certain way. And then try to understand and recreate that in your tool. But yeah, so understanding the structure in terms of roadmap, I'm trying to just give you some basics. So structure, which are gonna be useful. You have like a ton of design system resources, as in not design, say system checklist, design system. I think it's designsystem.com, whichever technically, all work, but like most of these are going to be pretty good in terms of open design system that we have and that you can have a look at. So all of this is going to be pretty good and working. God damn it, that's an issue on my cursor. In there you will have, like, let's say, I don't know, this one. I don't know this one. In here, in the content of that design system file, you will have things like layout and spacing and other like specific explanation. This one is in Chinese apparently, so that might not be your language of choice. It might not be for me, but in there might be like a lot of things, like in the layouts or in the other activities for other design system. This one is not the best presentation. Nonetheless, there is some foundational things for structure of the elements, and other than that, yeah, that's about it. You learn about the structure, and then you recreate things that you find interesting, and then you continue practicing. Hope that helps. Hope that helps. Chris, I don't really know. It depends on the person, as always. I think it's for who is the gifts gifted to. Like if it's for someone that is tech oriented, you can have some tech oriented things. If it's for someone that is more book oriented, you would have book oriented things. You know, that thing. You need to be present in your daily life to know these things. Like I'm not present in your house. I could. But yeah, I mean, I don't really know Shantaro's that much. I just know what I've seen in chat, which is not much, and what I've seen in the design files, which is not much of their personality directly. Like it's a bit of a different thing. Anyways, so I think the everyday carry type of things, like the EDC list, are okay. Like it's a pretty neat thing to have, like thinking that you have like I don't know, maybe a terabyte SSD on your keychain or a portable mini camera that can just still work, like things like this. I'm really Japan oriented right now because we do have all these things in the keychain things. You kind of have some of these where you are, but not as much. And I mean, I'm gonna say something that might sound bad for the ages, um, but socks and underwear are always a good thing to receive. Like I know, I know, but they are good and useful. Um, you can have like so much things that are regular daily life necessities type of thing that you didn't bought this year that you can now kind of say, well, it's for Christmas and you buy them now. So socks and boxes and panties and things are an option. Yeah, and it's like I've been trying to find more socks and boxes lately. So yeah, like that's the thing. Also, going back to my youth, oh, a long time ago. But when I was extremely young, as in I think I was like 8, my mom or my dad, I forgot which one of the two, um, bought me for Christmas a Batman print underwear set. And one of them had the waistband with a massive silicone, like kind of Batman belt thing. And at the time, because I was very young and, you know, um, didn't know much, I hated it. And about 6 to 7 years later, when I learned more about the comic and all of the themes, I have been trying to find that boxer again because it was amazing for the time, for the content, for the price at which it was, and I basically just threw it away because I thought it was cringe and bad and not good taste, and I wouldn't never wear them, and it's a waste. It was great, and now I'm looking for them. So dang the thing. So you can create a gift for your children that would have like an effect like this that will make them crave that thing later. If they think it's cringe now and then later on they discover that it's not that cringe anymore and it's technically pretty good and it should have been kept and it's not, dang. Um, but other than that, I think the everyday carry is usually my thing. Um, Again, don't go for like you can buy a Figma license. Yes, that's an option. Don't go for like perfumes, cologne. All of these things just have hidden meanings that are not good. As we said, don't buy shoes. Because buying shoes means something. You'll figure it out. But if the person like accessories, like rings or pendants, or if you buy shoes to someone, it means that they will walk out of your life, and usually it happens. It's usually for couples, but when a girlfriend or boyfriend buy shoes to the other person, they break up like 3 to 6 months later, just because the person just walk out with the new shoes. That's usually what happens. Which is interesting. Um, yeah, but you've bought them together, haven't you? Like you've talked about it, or like it wasn't um, an uncommon thing. I mean, as gifts, yes, but you have talked about buying these shoes and they bought it for you. Not like you bought shoes out of nowhere because you thought they were cool. You did? Interesting. Well, brace yourself. Yeah, I don't know. But yeah, no, nonetheless. Jewelry is always a good thing, like specifically for younger childs that are trying things, like having like a bit of a chain or bracelets or not rings, not in the beginning. I feel like rings are a bit too strong, but like a pendant that makes sense or something like this could be an option for your wife as well, potentially. Underwears, that's a gift for you. That's not a gift for her. You know that. Um, I don't think there is much, to be honest, that I would recommend as gifts. Also, this is a weird behavior. Uh, I know. That's why I moved to Japan. It's easier for me to get them. Um, a month is fine. A month is fine. But I don't think I have. I guess it's gonna be my accessories. Since we talked about watches with Denny, a lot of watches have popped in, so that is interesting. I don't think watch would be good to be honest, for a gift. I mean, it's fine, but I I don't know. Like it really depends on the person. That's the thing that is kind of sad for me. It's just like it depends on the person. It depends on their interests and on what you know about them that I don't, which is everything. And then on top of that, also, what the fuck is that song? On top of that, you could have like an experience gift where you give them a ticket for an activity or something that you can do together or that they can do on their own. Um, like, let's say you have, or you know, their favorite place to eat for your children, your wife, anything, friends. You know exactly where they love to be and spend time, and you give them a gift card from that place. Um, if you know that they are into manga, they like to read these, but you don't know exactly which one, or maybe there is a new series that is coming out, but you don't know exactly which one is good, and there is a store nearby that have gift cards, do that. Give them a gift card that would give them, I don't know, 3 to 5 books if they are into books. Same thing for like makeup, jewelry, shoes. Like instead of buying the thing itself, you give them something so that they can buy stuff for themselves, and you don't give them money directly, which is, I know some people would say that, um, like you can just give them the money and then they do whatever the fuck they want with this. That is for later. Like, yeah, the time that I started to want money more than gifts was around 16, 18, when I was out of the house most of the time and I had to pay for things on my own. And it was way better for me to just receive money straight rather um, than gift cards or things. But gift cards have been really good. So that's the thing. My dad used to do scratch tickets, like lottery tickets type of things. Um, it's not unthoughtful. It's I mean, if it's straight up money, maybe, but it depends. If it's gift cards, it's mostly like, I know you like these things, but I don't know enough, like, or enough technical specific things to ensure that I will take or make the right choice for you. So I would rather you buy something that you know will fit you. But yeah, I get that. Also, it's good if it's all on monsters. I mean, that makes my stock go up. I'm fine with that. Please do that again. Um, oh, I give nothing to no one. That's usually what I do. Yeah. Yeah. I really don't bother. Like, again, it's experience most of the time with me, and it's, we are gonna see each other at some point physically, and I'm gonna pay for dinner, or we're gonna do something and I'm gonna pay for the museum or the entries or something, and that's the gift for just whatever. And I don't give a shit if it's like a celebration day, as in Christmas, or a birthday, as in your birthday, or anything. It's just like, I don't make any difference. The day you popped out of Percy and you just made a new rotation around the sun, I don't give a fuck at all. It's just, it doesn't change anything. Like, it's the same motherfucking day. But that that's the usual. Other than that, my youngest, 0. Um, how old is the oldest one, though? That's the question. Because, as you said, the younger one are easier to get, or gift for. The other one is 17. Are they out of the house often or not yet? Nope. Things for in the house then. Slippers, socks, underwear. Um, what else? Depending on their interests, also. Um, like that's the base thing, right? It's just I don't have any fucking idea of their interest, and yeah, I think today we're gonna pass 600 for sure. Um, you're welcome. If you have more questions, feel free to ask, as always. What would I have wanted at 17? Money. I'd just, yeah. A as in the letter A. That, yeah. Like AAOA. That's the name. Um, not AE, but AE or EI works. Yes. I said that in Japanese, which is weird. Um, I guess like most of the things for me at 17, I was living outside of my home, like in boarding school type of thing. So I was somewhere else. I had to pay for my food when I was eating outside with friends. So any day, any money that I could have for the week, I would kind of love to have that for Christmas or things when I receive like $50 or $100, depending on the currency fluctuations, all of that. I would love it. So, you know, it depends on their ability to just, um, yeah, I guess. I don't know. I feel like if money is not something that they have a need for as of right now, um, not really. Again, at 17, I had my laptop, I had my phone, I had most of my things already, and I guess, yeah, I guess memories are gonna be more important than anything else. So, um, oh, you're from Kazakhstan. I see. Well, welcome in. If you, again, if you have like questions in English that, or if I say things in English and you don't really understand and you want me to repeat, don't hesitate to ask. Like that's why I'm here. Like if you have any design question, anything that you want to learn, please ask, and I'm gonna show you how things work. Like if you want to learn Figma, that's the right place, as always. But yeah, Chris, I think really like the memory trip type of thing is going to be the best option. Like it's give them tickets. Like it's a thing that we used to do with other people in my life before, where we gave each other tickets for things that we would do together at some point, but right now we couldn't because time didn't allow it, or we didn't have the vacation, or we couldn't afford it at some points, whatever. But there was like this planned thing, and we said, well, this is like an afternoon together, and we can have like the time to go to the restaurant, to go to the park, have a walk, do something, and that was a ticket. And at some point, I was like, well, I have sometimes, you have sometimes. I use my ticket. Let's do that together. And we did that. It was fun. It was a good memory. And what now we, I do remember it. I don't know if she's remembering it. It exists, but it's there. So that's a thing that I feel like you could do. Um, Tickets are useful if you have like an ounce of idea of what they do outside of the house or what they would like to do, as in maybe they want to travel somewhere, and it's an option, like it's a day trip from undisclosed location to another undisclosed location, and it's a fun thing to do. Or maybe they want to, I don't know, go to another country or do something like this. If that's an option, if that's like allowed in terms of time and all that, um, yeah, maybe. I mean, you can do that, but that's not a that's not a memory with you, though. If you know what I mean. Like that's a memory for them, to them, and it's fine, right? It's memory trips and it's good, but it's not really gonna be linked to you other than, oh yeah, my dad bought that. That's it. And I'm not speaking about my girlfriend, no. But I can if you want to, Nam. It's an option, yes. Um, I don't know. I feel like it would be better to have like memories with them if you have a relationship with your children that are better than the one that I had with my dad. Which is not that hard. But like having the memory of activities that you've done together and that are good memories, and or that are counted as good memories in their eyes, is not valuable, like it's, or invaluable as we say. um yeah, travel trips are a good activity. I agree with that. I agree with that. So Nam is on YouTube, Chris is on Twitch, everyone is all the way everywhere, which is good. I like having some people on YouTube as well. Um, which is sad because your message don't pop at the bottom. Um, I guess trips are gonna be the easiest thing. If you have like an arcade place around where you are, it's always a fun thing. If they don't go there often, the issue that I kind of feel like is the issue at the moment is that they already have access to the thing that they would want to do, and therefore a gift that allows them to do the same thing that they already have access to do is okay. Like it's fine, but it's okay. If you look for something that they would want to do but they haven't done yet, that's more impactful in the long term. Like with my dad, we didn't really have a ton of money when we grew up, and therefore when we went out, we went for like good restaurants for like birthdays and Christmas and activities and all that. But like that's a bit of an activity that we build up because it's out of the ordinary. The usual was like at home or at the restaurant that is like in the same village that we were living at. And then in some occasions we went out of our ways to go like drive for an hour. I know it's not much for Americans, but an hour is long here. But drive for an hour, go to a fine dining experience type of thing, and then experience something that was once good, and then um, think about the food or the trip or the activities, the parks, the whatever. I celebrate Christmas in December, but I don't celebrate Christmas. I think the people that celebrate Christmas in December. Um, I also like the New Year's makes no sense to me. It's the thing that's just yeah. We've made a rotation around the sun. Cool. That's it. I nothing changed. So I'm really not a big uh, events, and also I'm not really Christian, as in not at all, or religious in any case. Kinda, I have like some spirituality things, but that's a different thing. And any like celebration that are um, religious is just kind of weird to me. Like it's, eh, um, I see. Maybe go on a hike, Chris? I know they go to Catholic school for reasons. Um, in Kazakhstan, they celebrate Christmas on January 7th. That is interesting. I didn't know that. Um, I did not know. Um, good. Yeah, that is Tony. I do agree with that. Yeah. I mean, have a good progress time. Like, and take your time. I mean, take your time until the wedding happens. Because there you need a. I mean, not until the wedding happens. Before, because you need to send the fucking cards. So take the time you need. That. I don't know, Chris. What are the things that you don't do or you can't do? Usually, that's gonna be my question. I think my dad, Nam. I think my dad, because he was mostly like a Gregorian side of religion, um, kind of had a similar thing. Like we had celebration across like multiple days, for sure, or technically multiple weeks. So, yeah, um, yeah. That's a. If there is nothing that they don't have access to, or they don't seem to request, and they are spoiled little brats, yeah. Um, I guess even a trip or an activity together might not even be that interesting or that memorable. So things that um like are gonna be lifelong, that's titties, lifelong um things. Like I don't know, I have stuff. I'm looking for stuff specifically, but I can't find the stuff in question. Um I yeah, I mean the thing that were like memorable for me have been the tech that I received and used. But as far as I understand and as far as I know, they all already have all the text that they need to do, or they need to use in order to progress in what they are interested in. Most of them, if not all of them already. So that is going to be complicated. And then other things are like elements. I know this is going to sound dangerous. Knives. Oh, fun. um, so, yeah, that can be a thing. You say AI methods and IDs about using Figma. I don't think AI is a good use of Figma. Um, but IDs about using Figma, you can do everything you want in Figma. I still do. Um, but I basically create like a ton of apps and software in Figma directly. So for example, my Japanese learning app is or has been built in Figma. Most of the pages that are here exist. So you can use Figma to create like applications, softwares, websites, all those things. The AI use cases is going to be more complex to have as a thing, because right now the AI features of Figma are really limited and the AI features for design are extremely limited as well. We don't really have yet a good AI software that will generate screens, layouts, content properly in a good way. You need to have like some understanding in order to have that. If you want to learn, which is usually or based on the question that you asked, tools is gonna be the the best resource that I can give you, that I give to anyone that is interested in learning, because this is basically what you need to have. And in there, you want to learn some design related things, you will have everything that you need. There is a ton of paid elements, like paid courses, but you also have like a ton of free courses. And you also have, Jonathan, hi, welcome in. You also have websites that will give you informations and knowledge about the topic of design that you are interested in. So UX design, UI design, so more of the thinking part, more of the visual parts, all of that. And for anything that is AI related, I think they had, right, not I think they do have a category specifically related to AI and to AI tools, things, which I think could um, be a good base for you if that's what you're looking for. But yeah, other than that, I think the congrats. I think Jonathan buying your first Mac, interesting. Which um what did you buy? Which one did you buy? That's gonna be my question. Uh, good, yes, good choice, best choice as of right now. A kind of only choice, to be honest. If you want something that is in-house, like desktop. But yeah, I mean, you can't have it. It will receive it on the first week of 2025. So yeah, not yet. So yeah, now that's gonna be the best thing for resources and learning that I can give you. Like most of it is really really good, and I mean not most of it, all of the pages, resources, all of these are really good and really useful. So yeah, for the question, let me reread that question. Um, yeah, yeah. AI method and IDs about using in Figma for learning. Yeah, I guess that's the best thing. Um, Planning to learn for free. After making money, I'll be able to buy. Yeah, Use for free. Use most of the things for free. As always, the stream is free. That's the reason I made it. It's just it's just good. And other than that, like use as much as a free tool as you can. If you want to use Figma in a free plan, you will see at some point in some specific files, you cannot create more pages. Pages are limited, and you don't have the ability to create more than that, because more than 3, because that is the limitation of Figma. There is this magnificent plugin that is called Quick New Page, and Quick New Page is an amazing plugin. As always, Figma, if you're here, you're not, get the fuck out. That plugin gives you the ability to basically create pages as much as you want. Like, as many pages as you want in your file for free. So even if you are on the like free plan of Figma, you will have access to that and create like way more pages. So use that. What AI do you use in your project? I'm using Cursor AI and basically Claude to code my app. So just in there asking for question or asking question and how to, it just does it for me. So that's the that's what I'm doing. That's what I'm using for everything. Like it just makes more sense for me to use that. But there is not a lot of tools design related that I'm using other than like Notion AI, which I'm paying for. I forgot about that, Chris. That's a good point. I'm paying for Notion AI. That's the one that I forgot. But because I'm paying for Notion yearly, it doesn't count as much in my head. It's weird, I know. I do not code. I do understand the basics of Swift and HTML, CSS, JavaScript. HTML, CSS is fine. JavaScript is okay. I don't really understand it. And Swift UI for iOS, I do understand better. And I'm trying to build something in Kotlin for Android, and it is shit. So, god damn it, that's the wrong button. But yeah, then. Yeah, I hate Notion. I don't understand people that like Notion, but that's because I don't like text. So anything that is text related is really complicated for me. So Notion is just bad, code just bad, and yeah, that's just it makes no sense to me. So if I can avoid it, I will avoid it. And that's why these I am like really good. Yeah, I lived in Japan for 2 years almost, and I built the app that I'm currently offering. Can you fucking do the thing? Yes, thank you. As in, this app right here is the thing that I have created, which is a Japanese learning app, really simple, really easy, basic content for the first 3 pages, which is what most beginners are learning. And after that, which is the core of the app, which is the dictionaries for specific people that want to learn like specific languages or specific vocabulary for a topic. So right now, for example, let's say I'm learning that slang related words. I build that. That's really cool. It's really useful. It makes sense if I have or when I have that Now I have like a better understanding of some things here and there, which is really good for me. But yeah, I have learned the language. Yes, yes, I have. I have my first Android build. It is on my Android phone right now. It's just bad. Like it is here, Jonathan. It's there. I have the base navigation system. I have the base quiz system. It works to an extent of things can be broken, and I still have like the yes, no, you have the right answer, the wrong answer, all that. This works, but I made an update, and now I have lost progress that I used to have, like yesterday. But I gain quiz. So I don't want to revert because I need to keep the quiz, but I kind of lost the progress thing, which is like ensuring that the on click, the card kind of updates itself, which does like this entire thing, which works on long press but doesn't work anymore on just singular click. That's pissing me off. And, um, I can't, it's not that easy because there was no commit on the thing that worked. I can't revert. Otherwise, I would. I can revert like way past. So that's the issue. I can revert like yesterday midday, I think. And yeah, that's not what I need. Um, I am French as a starting pack, which is kind of sad. I'm losing French, like as forgetting language. I'm kind of losing French. But if you are talking about language as in code language, I'm forgetting JavaScript. That's the one that I don't like. So yeah. But yeah, Jonathan, other than that, um, like that works. I have content, I have details, I have all the things that I need to have. The quizzes work per category, which is really good. And then the dictionary work. And then if you click on a dictionary and you try to open it, it just crashed the app since 3 hours before the stream. And now I have to wait like 15 seconds to get the fucking splash rate to get out. So yes, I am French now. Yes, yes, I am. Are you using Mate for it? I am. Kinda. Not really. I can't control Z anymore, Stony. The the thing that could work don't work. Okay? In here, and we are not on the same all right repo, so that's not really good. In here, in the I didn't close the IDE. Android Studio has been open since I don't know, and this one has been open as well. Nonetheless, I closed it, but that's fine. I don't care. The issue that I have, or not, it's not really an issue, but it's a bit of a weird thing. If and that's what I'm using right now, I use the agent version of the AI in here. It will modify and tweak multiple files at once. Like, sometimes it just goes through 6 files and change one thing and then save that and then change something else on another file and then move back to the first files, change something again, and then the command Z would work if I knew how many I need to go back, you know? Um, But um, yeah, it's complicated. And the accent for English, English being my primary language, that's the one that I use most of the time, as long as Japanese and then French because I still live in in France. I can take the accent. Some people in the stream on Twitch really like me to take the accent. I don't, but it's yeah, it's a bit of a. Most French people have a strong accent in English, and I don't like it. Therefore, I make an effort on having a pretty okay accent in English. So yeah, that's the thing. And 600, yes, yes. Bye. Um, and it's not. And to go back to your question or your message of you think it's hard to learn Japanese, it's not. It depends. Obviously, it depends. But the base of the language, as in speaking, is extremely simple, and listening is extremely simple as well. There are some details here and there, but most of it is very simple. Like Japanese language is a very simple language overall when it comes to the spoken language. When it comes to the written language and reading, that is hard. But the rest, like understanding the language itself, is really simple. You can really have a grasp of the whole language and simple day to day conversation in 3 months if you just go in Japan and have friends that are Japanese and you don't have the ability to speak any other language with them and you are forced to just speak Japanese. In like 3 months, you would be able to speak and communicate with 99% of the population in like a basic manner, but still would be pretty decent. Whereas some other, I mean, I think it's the case for most languages, to be honest. But when it comes to like reading and writing in Japanese, it's really complex, and that is where people say that the language itself is really hard. Whereas if you are someone that already uses, I mean, if you are in Kazakhstan, you probably have a different alphabet than the English alphabet, like the late Latin Roman alphabet type of thing. So it's already different characters. That is complex. So it like for me as a French person learning English, it's the same letters. Learning Italian, it's the same letters. Learning Spanish, it's the same letters. There is sometimes some new punctuation in Spanish, but that's about it. Learning Svenska, which is like Swedish, has been a bit more complex because they have new letters that I have never seen before when I kind of learned that in the first time. And then learning like Japanese, anything or everything is different. And that is the main thing when I'm trying to read. But writing is an easy thing as soon as you understand the the speaking and your ear is used to the nuances and the details of the language, having the ability to write on your phone, on your computer, is extremely easy because you can. I think I share that almost every time. But if I have that word right here in English, kinda, and then let's say I want to have the word konnichiwa or konnichiwa technically, that is the romanization of the Japanese text. But if for some reason I move my computers into using Japanese text and I just say konnichiwa, it it types it for me. And if I type watashi, which is the character for me, it just transforms it back into the kanji that needs to be written. So typing and writing is pretty simple. Writing with a pen and paper is going to be more complex. Like for example, from memory, I wouldn't be able to write this character, even though I'm using it almost every day. But it's just like from memory, writing it on paper is not going to be an option. Just because I'm not used to that. I don't write, but it's the same thing. Like I don't write in French and I don't write in English either. So, eh. that, yeah. But yeah, that's my main point. Like for writing in Japanese, it is pretty simple because most of the things are gonna be typed, and you can just have like the characters just wrote or written for you through your keyboards, and that's enough. So. And Chris, yes, I do have an accent. I do have an accent. It is not the French accent, you know. It's a very different French accent, not French accent. But there is still a thing in the underlying English that I have. I learned most of my Japanese in 3 weeks. I've been practicing Japanese for like a long time, but most of my speaking abilities popped in 3 weeks. So it's just like at some point it happens. I had a girlfriend in Japan that didn't speak English much, kinda, but not really. And I had to communicate. You know, that happens. So when that happens, I just pushed myself and just spoke. And we didn't have fights, which is good. But yes, there has been like times where we don't or didn't really understand each other, which is fine, and then we just used our phones because like translators on our phones make sense and are that simple. And so I just type something on my phone, I show it to her, and then she either replied in Japanese, and then hey. No, we didn't use body language that much with this one. She wasn't that much into that, which is kind of sad, but because she was nice, but all that. Also, it was not like much. It was a 3.5 weeks activity type of thing, which we had times to do stuff. Yes, 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 obviously, yes. But as I worked in multinational companies for 3 months and worked from Venezuela, Italy, India, speaking in one language, everybody has national accent. Yes, they all have accent. I have accent. I have French accent. When I speak French, I have a French accent from where I'm based. I can do the different French accent as well because I like accents. It's fun. But yeah, it's a thing. You'd be good. I think Chinese is more complex, to be honest. Chinese has so many tones that, like, yeah, shi, xie, xie. Like, these are three for the sh, I, depending on the accent on the I. Sounds that I kind of know, but that's it. Chinese is just really hard because the same pronunciation of the same things can mean very different words, but yeah. Yeah. So other than that, to me, Chinese is the hardest. I have some, like, I've had a time in my youth again. Same thing. I think I was like 16, between 16 and 18, somewhere around there. Um, I spent a good year and a half watching Chinese, Cantonese, Mandarin speaking movies almost all day. So I picked up on some way that they are saying some words and some like pronunciation things. I don't know anything about it, but I know that if I were to need to learn it, it would go faster because of this year and a half of like just in my ears all day Chinese. So yeah, I don't think it's four. I think they say four, but I think it's eight. But yeah, no, it's a tonal language, which yes, um, makes sense. Yeah, a long time ago, Jetson. Like, yeah, I wasn't a designer yet. I mean, I kind of was, but not a digital designer, if that makes a difference. So yeah, Chinese is pretty good. I think the for me as a French, the hardest language that I learned was German, as the words and the sounds that you need to make have been so out of my regular speech pattern and sounds that it just makes no sense. I could speak German for a little amount of time, but yeah, other than that, not much. I'm not a Figma designer, as in I don't work for Figma, but I work for Figma or in Figma all day. Like I've been working in Figma for the past 7 years. I mean, Dutch is really simple. Dutch is English with a twist. You know, yeah, you know. Um, you probably have seen this thing. I need the I need the keyboard in. Where's Dutch? Right there. You know, you've seen that. You've seen that. I think the thing that I remember is give me an and clap, papa has been the thing. I know, I know, but just when you when you look at uh, the translation and yeah, and you ask how many languages do I know? I don't know many. I know French, English, Japanese, a tad of Swedish. I used to learn German for 3 years and I forgot everything. But if it comes back, it comes back. I also have an extreme small dick, no, an extremely small Italian base and Spanish base because they are really close to French. And I learned Latin a long time ago because it's the base of it is the base of French language, so it makes sense to me. But other than that, that's about it. That's really French of me, you know. European people that just know many languages because they are kind of the same. I can read Italian, I can read Spanish, I can read probably Dutch to an extent. Um, and I can understand like most languages that are coming from the same base. So all of the Germanic languages, as in German, English, or like Anglo-Saxon, Swedish, all that. Um, that Binyud, like Binyud is weird. Um, Chris from Brazil, hi. Um, Brazil is pretty. I mean, Brazilian is pretty uncommon. I don't really know how it sounds. I think my brain just allocate Portuguese in the same realm. So, because again, that's gonna sound really French of me, because Portuguese is just Spanish, you know, all that. I feel like Brazilian is gonna be similar in a way. So in my ears are gonna be like, oh, that's a Spanish-ish type of language. Therefore, I could potentially understand it written. But yeah, yeah, it is different than Portuguese, right? Yeah. Is it the same? The same as like French and Canadian French, like the that type of difference. Um, Also, what the fuck was that? Sorry, I just saw something pop in as the automod message popped in. I don't know what happened. Swedish is not like German. It's not like German. It's more Viking Saxon, so closer to English, but it's still kind of weird. I just saw like I just clicked on accept, but it was weird. No, no, not on YouTube. On Twitch. On Twitch was weird. Anyways, don't care about it. It's fine. Um, yeah, Canadian French probably. Um, it was so it was on Jonathan's message, which was weird, but also on Denny's message. Um, no, it was a weird thing. I think it was just a glitch on my side of things because I clicked on it faster than you. You know that. um, but yeah, Nam, I think the languages and the multiple languages that you can have learn with or spoken with, as in as you said, Venezuela, Italian, um, Kazakhstan, English people, they may have like different accent and languages, but you still had the ability to communicate with them, which is pretty good. That's a very good thing. And again, going back to Europe as the country of Europe, uh, because we are so tight together in terms of borders, it is way easier to just get the language of something else somewhere else. There is like a tonality and a musicality to the Spanish and Italian that the French don't really have, and there is something that is way different when you listen to Norwegian or Svenska, which is like Swedish. But they are really interesting to have like languages as well. So yeah, I I wouldn't say that they have like very similar roots, but Italian and Spanish, I mean, Italian, Spanish, French kind of come from Roman in a way, with a mix of English and German. So you have like all of these, maybe Spanish is a bit different, but you have all of these things because of the trade and because of how languages expanded and exploded in the world. Most of them are like Latin, Greek roots, and then coming in from building different like words. There is a ton of very identical words that we have in Spanish, in Portuguese, in French, in Italian, in English. Like they are the same thing. There are some English words that are taken from French. There are some French words that are taken from English, and you know all that. Um, yeah. So that's why it's kind of easier for someone who's from the center of that part of Europe to have like a better understanding and a better grasp on the other languages, just because they are so close together. But also, um, like in France, for a French person that lives in the south of France, there is like in the deep south of France, there is a very high probability for them to not really have the ability to understand the deep north of French, or deep north of France, French. So, like for people that are from here or here, then um, the accent that we have around here and the accent that we have around here are really different. And the accent that we have here, which is where I'm living right now, is not an accent to me. It's just it's a way of life, and I hate it. Um, and so, Alan, hi, we're calling. Backpfeifen, Backpfeifen, Gesicht. Uh, Backpfeifen, Gesicht. Interesting. um, so here, the difference in between these two are really wide, but like I lived or I grew up around here, so my accent is somewhere. I mean, it's not, but it's I can't force my accent to get like the south of France accent, and it's really close to Italy or Italia, but it north of Italia. So the north of Italia has a different Italian than the center of Italia, than the south of it. So yeah, um, I don't hate living here. I hate the what the accent means. Basically, the the way that the Parisian French are speaking, and these are the very specific Parisian French. They are just the way that they speak just sounds like they think they are better than anyone else, and that everyone else in their lives is just nothing, just peasants that don't exist, they shouldn't exist, they shouldn't live. And it's just so infuriating that I hate it. But yeah, other than that, the place is pretty fine for me. um, but yeah, like the South is way different in terms of accent. Um, the the West kinda is a different things. Um, yeah, no, I mean I hate the people that are here. Yes, and the reason why I'm living here is because I don't have a choice. I would rather go back to where I live, right here. That is much better for me. Uh, that's it was just so much better, so much better. I could, I could. I know it's been on the potential list, Chris. I need to come at some point and go see how it is. Because as far as now, I haven't. But yeah, no, I would much rather come back here. There is a ton of like places in that region that I'm interested in. Um, Designing countries, yeah, there is like a ton of things that are pretty interesting for me in while I was in Japan when it comes to the design itself. Um, as in the design is really minimalistic and maximalistic in the two extreme, but there is no real in betweens. Like you don't have a gray area of simple yet like kind of cluttered. That doesn't really exist. It's either extremely cluttered or it's extremely clean and simple. So that's most of the thing that I've seen in Japan, specifically in Tokyo. However, when I was in Hiroshima or in Kobe in Kyoto, the design trends are a bit more cat, hi, welcome on in. A bit more cluttered and a bit less minimalistic, which is really interesting. The other thing is in China and other like places like in Asia, there is a ton of different type of design that like are more maximalistic, as in colors, visuals, illustrations are way different. I don't know about Kazakhstan and the design in there, but it's yeah, I don't know. I haven't been in India, so I don't know about that. In France, however, because we don't have a personality as French, so everything that we do is what happened in the US 4 years ago. So we are trying to do things and say that we came up with stuff, but it basically happened here 2 years before. So because I'm like kind of following through the habits of the US markets and what they do and all of that, I'm kind of on par with what happens. And it's kind of sad because the French are not aware of that just yet. When it comes to Sweden, in there, it's more like it's similar, but there is something that is cleaner overall when it comes to the design of their architecture, but also the design of their like websites and like overall feel. It's gonna sound really dumb, but it's colder. It's a bit more clean and simple, and it's straight to the point. Like you want something, it's in front of your face, and that's the simplicity of Sweden. There is a ton of things around here that are pretty good. I don't know if I do have the pictures. I don't have the pictures there. But yeah, and when I went in Norway, I was 6 years old. So I don't have any memories other than the pictures that I took at that time, and they were for Christmas. So I don't know. But other than that, when it comes to the different design styles, it's kind of the same. It's really interesting for me to go into like Chinese websites. These are the designs of Chinese websites. Like when I'm saying maximalistic, these are the current state of Jerome. Hi, welcome on in. Current state of the illustrations and like presentations, all of that. It is really maximalistic. It kind of tries at some point to match what the US is doing, as always, but it's an interesting thing to see. Like for me, at least, it's really fun to look around all of these Chinese platforms and experiment with the design that they have created and how different it looks compared to um, like other platforms, other countries, all that. Um, France has been a fashion center almost, kinda. It is, but it's the same reason that France is a food center, as in we are, as French, we are recognized as um, good chefs, good food, good fashion. It's not true. The only reason why it's the case is because um, we are good at convincing people, and we are kind of good at ensuring that the thing that we create are adopted by other parts of the world, and then because of the amount of marketing that we do around the thing that we create, we can say this is the best. So for the food, for example, the French food is mid. It's fine, but it's not the best food. Um, Most of the food around here, as in France, or the, the, the main dishes that we have are really similar to some of the dishes that exist in the rest of Europe, and it's basically meat, some veggies in a stew type of things with a bit of a sauce. It's very simple. Whereas when you go into Italy, it's mostly like things that are either rice based or pasta based, and there is a lot of meat as well. In Spain, it's mostly rice based, but it's also like a lot of like seafood and meat as well. And it's really, yeah, we do have frog legs here. We made that. I don't like it. The main reason why I don't like it is because frog legs are tiny, like tiny, tiny, and you need like six. Also, yes, Italian food is really regional for sure. I eat French food as well, but it's kind of the same every time. Um, Pizza is Greek, which I know that Italian don't agree with that, but pizza is initially Greek. Pasta is initially Chinese, um, but we associate it with Italy because they make it better, right? But the French don't want to admit that a lot of people around the world have made the exact same dishes that they have made on their own much better, and they don't want to say that. So, yeah, that's a bit of a sad thing. But yeah, other than that, like the good thing, Gothic High. How are you? How's your day today? I guess the food thing specifically for the for the frog legs. It's a French thing. It's the same thing as escargot or snails. I don't get it. Um, it's not that expensive. It's just weird to me. It's just weird. Also, that message doesn't go through, and that pisses me off. Um, I see. How do you like the prompter? Did you put it on? Did you put it in? Did you put it in? Pizza, I mean, the base of pizza is Greek, yes. But again, it's just dough with stuff on top. And after a while, it became something different. But yeah. How do you like it? It's pretty interesting. I'm gonna say something about the prompter itself, specifically about the like the software of the prompter. I don't use it. it's it doesn't even launch on like my PC launch. I'm using StreamerBot's chat and I'm using the prompter as a screen. So it's basically directly a window and I can have whatever the fuck I want there. But it's just much easier to have like another secondary screen. Have a good luck, cat. Um, yeah. The base of the prompter thing, it's sad because I can't really have it on here because it's not plugged in. Um, but come on, bitch. Load. No? Yes. Ha! Dang. That prompter. Here in the prompter section, you will have, which is interesting to have like my face twice. Anyways, um, you will have the ability to add um, a channel here on the entries, and then you can just type your name, the name of your channel, and you will have access to your chat. You can have whichever chat you want, to be honest. So from there, you will just see the chat, and that's it. That's all you can do. You can see the chat, and the chat is there, and you're done with it. That's it. Or what I kind of like with StreamerBot on the side is it basically gives me I don't know if I have that here. I doubt it. Yeah, I don't think there is a preview. Anyways, it gives me the ability to chat, like type and chat through multiple platforms. If you stream on multiple platforms, that's a thing. Oh yeah, you are streaming on Mac straight up. That's a fair point. I forgot about that. I forgot about that. Fair point. Buy one of these. Buy a small PC. Plug it to the. I'm kidding. Plug the prompter in. Um, I think Atom is gonna Dust if you're lurking. Tell me maybe. I think Dust is working on something for multi chat. Probably. I mean, they wouldn't like they have multi-stream too. Well, as the name implies, multi-stream, which works on Mac. I think it wouldn't. I mean, it would sound or it would feel weird from my point of view as a user and as a creator of content that Dust specifically doesn't want to at least have the same features that StreamerBot has based on how things are. So I do think that this is the chat, now that we have this plugged in, having the chat in is probably going to be an option. I do remember that at some point, I think Nutty said something. Unsure. I think Nutty said something somewhere, uh, again, about having the ability to get StreamerBot chat in OBS as a browser source type thing. So you could basically have that as a doc somewhere. But also there are like plugins on OBS to get like multi-chat. I'm currently streaming on YouTube now, which is where you are, and I'm also streaming on Twitch, which is where everyone else is. Everyone knows Twitch. Twitch is a bit better when it comes to the chat interface and all that. But if you prefer to stay on YouTube, stay on YouTube. That's appreciated, totally appreciated, all that. So yeah, I do think at some point, Atom is probably gonna give me and you, us, a multi-chat option, either as an OBS addition. As soon as they do that, the PC is going away. Like it's gonna be immediate. Like the secondary screen is gonna be a secondary screen for my Mac, and the prompter is gonna be plugged in the Mac directly, and the PC is gonna get out because I don't need it. Twitch is not Twitter. No, Twitch is Twitch. Twitch is here. That platform right here. That's where I am at that instant. Right. That's not gonna work. That's gonna work. Cool. Right here. That's what Streamabout allow me to do, which is I pressed or I type something in one chat, it goes to 2 platforms at once, which is really useful and really good for me. I tried to stream on Twitter. Yeah, you know. Oh, sorry. Ah, shit. She moved. The thumbnail was pretty good. I think, to be honest, going back to what I was saying, it's weird, first of all, and it's limited. I did. It's just you need to know exactly how long you're gonna stream, because if you don't, the stream stops. Like if you say you would be live from 6 to 8, because you said, well, that's 2 hours, that's good. At 8 sharp, it cuts the thing, even though you are still sending data and you're still streaming and you're still live and everything goes well. Just Twitter said, fuck off. That makes no sense to me. Like I want a button to end the stream early, yes, but I don't want the platform to end my stream early. Like so basically every time I want to stream on Twitter, I need to have a 24-hour stream plan, basically, so that I can stream for as long as I can, or as long as I can, and then I need to regenerate a stream key for any fucking stream I want to have, and it's just a mess. So that's, yeah. It used to be, I mean, they acquired the streaming platform, the blue one, which also was blue, but you know, I forgot the name. Whatever. They acquired the streaming platform and they wanted to have more streaming things on Twitter, and then it went away because things happen. As of today, or specifically right before the stream, I don't know if you have noticed that. I don't know if it's just on my side. This button is not blue anymore. They are slowly removing the blue, one component at a time. So this is white now. This is white as well. These follow buttons used to be white, so it's fine. But you know, like slowly removing things. All right. there's a sort of thing that we need to talk about by basically going back onto the Twitter side of things. But yeah, so yeah, um, I did stream on Twitter, but also it's weird. Um, trying to add friends back after having to recreate all my accounts. I saw that. Some add friends are blue, interesting. Some are grey, interesting. Um, is it like an alternate type of things where some of them are inactive accounts or less active accounts? Maybe? I don't know. I don't know. There has been something that I've seen. You know what that is? You know what that could create? Look at that beauty, god damn! That's a magnificent Figma file that I could make. This is not a Figma file, to be honest. But that is a... That's a really good one. The fact that this thing is plastic, like transparent plastic, and then you have the lens right here with all of these angles and smooth transitions in between the metal and the materials, all of that. Real good. Real good. To be honest, the more I'm looking at it, the more I'm like, this is probably a file. Like a Figma file, but it's so good. What you say about UX UI of Twitter? Well, it's fine. It needs to be, I think it needs to be revamped, but I think it's gonna die in the sense of the essence of what Twitter is. It's dead. The X platform is gonna take over, and until it becomes the same level as QQ or Line or PayPay in Asia, there is nothing in there on Twitter that will work. So because Elon Musk want to have Twitter X as an everything app where you can have your bank account, when you can have your news, when you can have everything, I mean, there is so much work to be done, and by firing 40% of the staff there, it's not gonna go fast. So, you know, that probably a thing. I saw something earlier, going back to like the Japan design. It's really maximalistic. Like there is a ton of things, but it's kind of trying to go back into like flat as of right now. But there was like one thing. That's a cat. Oh yeah, that sounds like a me behavior, Chris. Good job. There was a thing earlier that I saw, and I was like, yeah, that's great. That needs to be shared. That is much of my portfolio. That's yeah. But there is this that is coming back slowly. Like a lot of people are trying to bring back these styles of graphic designs that have been kind of moving out. But yeah, it's an interesting thing. Like a lot of people are trying to bring back some aesthetic of non-aesthetic, and These designs is the thing that I kind of learned when I was in school, not to make because that wasn't the process at the time, but that's basically in the history of design. These designs at the time of their creation in the initial thing were basically scannings. So you cut out something like that, and then you place it on a piece of paper, and you take a picture, and then you add something else, and you take another picture, and you just stack them on top of each other, and just have your whole output be basically like collage and physical collage. So these digitally created is interesting as well to see how they have they are made. Have you used Telegram or WhatsApp? Yes, I have used both. I hate both. They are just a pain to use. Telegram is has been useless to me. I don't I don't mind the privacy of it. Like it's fine. They have like really good micro interactions. I follow designers at Telegram, so they have like really cute things here and there. But the thing that I don't like about Telegram itself is the content that is on the platform and the content that the platform allows on the chats because it's encrypted. They say that they don't really know, but we all know exactly what's happening, which is really bad. And then WhatsApp has always been, it is one of the most popular app for like chatting around here in France. I hate it, so I don't have it. I have an account because obviously it's a Facebook platform, so I do have an account, but it's just, I don't use it. Like most of my Japanese class, not colleague, but like comrades, the people that are learning as well, have Telegram. Like they have a Telegram account with everything, but I'm using Line because Line is the Japanese version of WhatsApp, basically. Chinese Japanese, like Korean Japanese, Chinese, I think. I mean, China is mostly on QQ, which is the other ones. Nonetheless, same thing. So because of that, I use Line, but I don't have enough friends to have like group chats anyways. So that's a thing. What did I see that I said is shareable worthy? A lot of things, to be honest. A lot of things have been shareable worthy, but yeah. These have been really interesting to me. That style in the middle. It's nice. It's a sticker style, obviously, so I like it because my emotes here are the same style. But it's an interesting way of presenting their portfolio right here to have like most, or not most, but like all of the content being really, really different things. So they are an illustrator. Larkin, welcome back. And the fact that you have like some mobile animation, icon animation, illustration animation here on all of that, the tiny, like the tiniest icons, transitions on hover, like these are really, really cool. Everything is or has the organic, non-organic content. So if you pay attention, most of the cards are or have these teeny tiny like offset when you hover them. These are pretty, to me, interesting to see, and that design is a trend-y things. It's really nice as a portfolio and as a content. There are some issues in the accessibility, like right here, like really bad, but they are really good. So I do like these, and if you want them, take a look at them. Nope, you did not miss the link. I didn't send it yet. That's what happened. God damn it. There. And other than Figma, I use Figma. I don't really use anything else than Figma. I currently I'm using VS Code type software and Android Studio, Xcode for all of the things that are related to my app. Other than that, I just use Figma all day. All day, and at the end of the day I look like this. That, yep, that's what happened. That. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I thought, yeah, I can't find the thing in question that I had in mind, which is kind of sad because it was good, obviously. And that's the thing that I shared on Friday, so that isn't gonna be there. Why? What did I have in mind? I didn't see when I scroll back. Is it something that just disappeared from the fucking platform again? Ah, I mean, it could happen. It could happen. But there has been like a lot of detailed presentations and detailed things like this UI right here that you're seeing. To me, is really similar to the UI that we've had here, which are not from the same person, but they look the same to me. Like that calendar slash to-do list app and that creation right here are kind of the same design style, like minimalistic, still designed overall, not brutalist. That's an interesting thing. And I don't know. I feel like there was something that my brain just said we need to talk about that on stream, and then right now that I'm looking at it, I can't find it. Makes a lot of sense to me. um, yeah, I don't know. Same thing here. Like that expansion, opening like a section is pretty interesting. I don't know exactly how it works and how intuitive it would be for most users when you think about it. Like you have most of the content that is behind the main content as a hidden tray. It's an interesting behavior. I don't know if it's good, but it seems to be becoming popular, I would say. Like most of, not most of, but like a lot of the newer app style that I'm seeing have similar navigations and content. So that's an interesting thing to take into consideration when building. This was fun as well. Obviously, I kind of had to keep that as just like dog toys that looks like Stony stuff. You know, that makes your dog look cool. I don't know. I don't make the rules. But you know, other than that, I feel like what? Did you miss the video? Is that what happened? You were looking at the side. You didn't see the dogs. Mm-hmm. I know, but the third one is not. Like one, two, and then the third one. is this one that is more your type of shit. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think that the thing in question that I had in mind just disappeared from the platform, which is wild to think of. Um, yeah, I don't know how that happens, but that happened. I guess most of the things like these type of animations, landing page stuff are interesting, and I need to have that on my website as well, which I don't want to, but I kind of need to. But I don't want to, but maybe. And the other things that I saw earlier and I kind of kept is this app right here for most of the people that are going to the gym. I was looking on Pinterest and I found this, which is interesting. All right. I'm, I'm gonna say that. The landing page is really minimalistic, as always. The app itself is really much my style, so I'm gonna probably get it and use it to see how it works and what they have. But the landing page itself has a ton of like really simple animations, but most of the content is just there all the time. It's minimalistic, it's black and white, it makes sense, it doesn't bother you. And I love most of it in terms of the content. It's still like after here, it feels out of place. There's a picture, I get it, but there is a picture and there's color. And that stands out, and then you arrive here, which is with the same picture. But there has been no picture, no color, nothing all the way, and then community has color, which is really out of place to me. I feel like it would have been better overall to keep that kind of style overall, but this is really good landing page. And yeah. What do you mean don't open his production version on stream? The man say someone has something really cool on production version and then tell me I can't open the production version. What the fuck? Ha! Prod is just vidmount. Yeah, you want that, right? That's what you want. You want that bitch ass jingles and snow and other things, right? That's the thing you want, right? Mm-hmm. You're old. Me too, but god damn. We do. I think we do have like a JavaScript library that's just called make it snow or something that basically stacks snow on top of components, specifically cards. So that's a thing that you can do, and if you really want to, I don't like it, um, but the base is kind of similar. It's really simple to achieve. The ID is gonna have hats. Like we can create multiple hats for sure. Um, Or you will figure out that I have already fireworks and confettis and things that are set up on this stream. Just no one has figured out how to make it happen. But it's there. There is a new one that I just did today, and there has been one for 2 years that exists. It happens in very specific things. Anyways, the idea, I'm gonna do that here for reasons. The idea is gonna have shit like this, basically, that are gonna be 1 pixel or 2 pixel wider than the initial like card. I think at the top we can go 2 to 3. That's usually the thing for like addition. And then these things are gonna have multiple of them. So you get a secondary one, you make it tinier, like something like this, for example. How in? I don't think this worked. It did work. Oh yeah, not so far off. I don't think you can stack them. I mean, you can try, but I don't think, yeah, I don't think you can. You're close though, but yeah. And so once we have that, we can then create multiple of these with other shapes. And that thing, oh, that thing is broken. No, I know you know. You have access to the code. So that's gonna be this. And these are then like very simple. You know. Glazed. Right then. So, once we have that, which is our snow, the ID for you, or the goal at least, is gonna be for you, Stony, to understand procedurally how it works and how it's made. I don't know how easy it is to get the not blending mode, but like the Boolean operation of addition, like mix and match and having them together. Because the goal for you at the end of the day is going to have this with different spill on all of the headers or on some of the headers, and then add some effects on it. Because I don't want to have the same on every fucking movie, right? Because that's not fun. It is. It's not fun enough for me. And it also needs an inner shadow that's reversed at -2 to give us a bit of oomph, you know, physicality. That's about it. Yeah. You know what? No. I know you all. It's not that complicated. It's either snow or other activities. which is fine. There, done. I need to pee 1 second. All right. So I do think that like, you can figure that out. It's not that complex to create overall, but if you can't, or if you think you can't, um, I can potentially, I don't know, maybe I have doubts, create some of them. Like four. I think the most complex for you to create is gonna be the the Boolean operation that just says union. But I feel like it's simple. Like it's an SVG transform. You should be able to. Um, we should just have to figure out how to build it and then randomize some values to have different fronts. Yes, exactly. Exactly. Um, and yeah, apparently something exists. Um, there is a ton of new things with the SVG transform um, that exist, but that is the easiest way. Like you basically have the same width for all of them. They're all like whatever the width of your poster, the one that you want, like your base size. And then you have this value that is supposed to be as similar as possible. So it will have like a min value of like 20 and a max value of maybe 40. I don't know. So that you have your base. And then the goal is to get the ID inside. So right now I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I have 10. I think 10 is enough. And you just need to randomize them. So on this, if I were to just do that, we have the very classic They are all at the exact same point. It's not the best option, but it's an option that works. You can have things that are on the far side, right? That kind of works as well. And you just need to math random these things in the center. And these things in the center can be either 20 or 40. That's about it. And then same thing on the width. I think the width should be at a minimum of 8. I have some at 7 right now, but yeah. You know. But yes, Larkin, you're right. It's basically just randomizing the things, ensuring that things works. Right? Like this. I mean, you missed the whole thing. These devs and their internet connections. Ha! So you know. That's an option. Just the randomizing is gonna need a lot of randomizing. And it might be heavy on the computing, like to have the randomizing SVG every time and have the same fucking SVG every time. But yeah. Oh, good job. 98 is pretty good. No, I know. I saw that. It's 98 total. 98 total. God damn. So yeah, it is much better. Are you gonna make it? Nope, sadly. Sorry about that. I thought you were. You didn't. You did not make it. A study that seems to load for a long time. A very, very long time. No, it's everything. It's the internet. It's the USA. Are you telling me that it's slow just because you added the SVG? Yeah. I mean, that makes sense. So you can have the G's tops. That's an option. If you want to. G's tops are fine. You can have the You can't really have these. These are going to be more complex. I think get them in PNGs. That's what I'm gonna say. Get them in PNGs, and no. I don't think Rive is gonna be a good ID for this specific. Also, I will never. Never. Use these as PNGs. I'm gonna give you 5, and then you figure it out, right? You use these as PNGs, and you should be okay. Right? Export these, and then load them whenever, wherever, randomly on the top. They should be fine. Option 1. If you want the snow, like the falling snow gets you snow.js, I think that's a thing, as far as I remember. Is it this one? I don't think it is. Ah, yeah, that's one of them. That's not the one that I had in mind, but yeah, that's an option. There is another one though that I do remember. Is it this one that I used to do? It probably is. It's stuck. Oh. Oh. Yeah. Just use that. Just add that. Break the entire website. That's gonna be fine. All these fucking no, they are circles. Yeah, you know, use that. That's gonna be fine. I do remember another one though, but they are all the same as of right now. They all, like, yeah, you can have that based on the weather outside. If it's like a heavy weather, have a heavy snow. Heavy snow. This is a bit too much though. But that's particle.js anyways. It's the same thing, it's the same concept. It's just like the particles are gonna be spent from another place. You know, it's fine. So you're gonna have that. That's the first thing. The other one that we currently have is the Christmas lights on macOS. Like, I know I've liked these things many times. A lot of people have created the Christmas, like on type Christmas light macOS dock, I guess. Nope. These. Specifically for the dock. So if you wanted that, we could create something like this. But same thing, that's not a design thing to do. Like that, I mean, I can give you the visuals, but you will need to do the colors. So, yeah, I don't know. It's really simple as a concept. Like this is a very, very, very simple thing. But as long as it works. You know. But you tell me. And you can have that in your here. Do that. Oh. That is pretty good. Goblin Spy, I don't know if you're lurking. I doubt it. But it's a pretty interesting machine anyways. I've kinda had to work on that type for accessibility on one of my agency at some point, which is really cool. What do you mean it's already too big? I said that as well. What? You mean you don't know how to resize an image? That's what you're saying? You don't know how to resize an image? Yeah, I'm reloading when things are not popping up. Because it makes sense. But yeah, other than that, we don't really have the option, like more things. Like the simplest one is gonna be something like that, maybe. Like something like this is probably gonna be the easiest thing to do, to get like the full rounded here and the full rounded here, so that you can just take both sides and then have like a 9 patch, if you can still do that. Or an end slice image, if you know what that is. You probably do. You're old enough for that. And then just use that as your base. To then just put whatever the fuck you want. Which means that, for example, if you wanted to have this here, and you wanted that on top of the that, you know, on top of the that. You may be able to do so by just 9 end slice, extending, and then right? Like you can add this on most elements, but it's gonna be boring and the same everywhere, so I don't like it. A lot of G's. It is a lot of G's. I agree with that. I think you. I think. God damn. I think you'd have. Um. Huh. That might be too complex to achieve. Sorry, my brain is going into direction that you don't want it to go in right now. You could. Use a shader that knits the posters based on the image and the pixels. You could have a pixelated version of the poster that is loaded, and then it knits itself, and then on hover it gives you the regular things so that you can see what it is. But maybe it's an interesting thing. It stands out more. Not that you have users anyways, but for yourself, something cool. Have a bit of a all needed concept ID things. What do you mean you can't do this? It's probably a JavaScript library type thing from Blender, It's basically a pixelated effect. Yeah, that's not. I know it says Blender, but like. I don't know if knit here is something. But yeah, that's basically the idea. Like you can, could, should be able to knit the posters and get an output. This is like zoomed in and all of that, but just this, which is basically pixelated, and instead of pixelating square, you pixelate horizontal, like diagonal, sorry, to get a similar ID or similar effect. Godwin, hi, welcome on in. I think it is an option. They're probably like a thing, but also I want the example. I can't see the example because obviously I'm a dumbass when it comes to GitHub and I don't know where things are. Like they say, go to the hello world JS, but they I don't know what that is. I don't know what that does. How are you, Codrin? How's everything? Can't find the thing. I can't find the thing. I can only find the things for Blender and After Effects, which is sad because it should work. Yeah, I'm sure that could be a thing. I feel like you could run a version of Photopea that launch the Photoshop effect on Photopea because Photopea support that, and then you get like outputs of the posters in a knit effect, sweater effect, and then you're done. Right. If it works on Photoshop, it works somewhere else. That's all I'm saying. If it exists somewhere. Everything is just like for Blender or Photoshop or that. I'm sure it could work. That's what I'm saying. Anyways, what else can you do? That's the thing. So, if you don't do that, or you do more than the snow, because the snow right now is just geez, that's it. Just put on the posters. That's what happened. I think you just need the snow, to be honest. You just need the snow.js that we were on a second ago, and that's it. You just need that. Why do we have velocity now when we didn't a second ago? Are there wind outside? Is there wind right now? Oh, it is random. I see. Much better. But yeah, you just need this. Just need this to be displayed on the website, and you would be good. That's it. That's a lot of code for a particle emitter. Do that. I think that's all you need. I'm not against the lights effects at the top. I just think that it's too much. Like candy cane. I don't. I don't like it. I don't like it. I don't like it. I don't know. But that's where I stand. I will never enjoy the Christmas decoration for websites. I feel like this is bound to really old stuff, and it just doesn't really work anymore. I don't know. Maybe I'm just old. I don't like to have fun. I don't know. Maybe. Maybe. uh, yeah, you want this as well. Like you want these corner things. Ugh. Ugh. I think the snow is gonna make it make sense. Like you get the snow, you get these things, and you're done. Your website works. Um, yeah, yeah, but the site is pretty good already. Also, it runs on your machine, so I don't know. I really don't enjoy these creations, anyways. So also, are you using the image version right now? If you are using the image version, I can create something that is much better. Because right now, these are boring and bad. So you tell me. You're using, yeah, but you're using like SVGs. They are not randomized, right? You're using these 5 SVGs as SVGs, as images. And they just load whichever randomly, right? It's not like a math random to define where the snow is falling through and all that. Cool. So I'm gonna do that here because that's gonna be easier, even better. Um, I mean, technically, dang. So if we have snow, right? The things are gonna be more organic and less sharp. So having something that makes a bit more sense when it comes to how it's displayed and the unevenness of the snow is gonna give you like a bit more flexibility overall. So I'm gonna just give you that. It's gonna be better. It's just gonna be a bit more for annoying process for me. But that's fine. I don't care. It's okay. Right, there is more snow. Like snow-like than this. This is just G's. That's it. So I can give you 5 of these. That's easy, right? And that's gonna be better overall. Because we can have a bit more flexibility. We can have some of them that are a tad more, how can I say that? Small, less high, less tall in here, right? Because sometimes on your window you just have like one side of the window that has some things. Nonetheless, we need them to be the same width, I guess, in order to match the top. But yeah, that's the Before I continue on this, do you agree with me or not? Does that make more sense? Snow-wise? Oh. Yes. Good. I'm gonna say me too, and we're gonna be fine. Why wouldn't snow be white? If you add the snow falling thing like that, also it looks like they are not white. It looks like they are pretty gray to me. In order for these things to be visible on top. I mean, for me, I added it on top of, like they are offsetted because when you have snow on windows or a table or something, it kind of falls on top. So yes, it wouldn't be clipped for me. It would be like above. Oh, I didn't see that. You said what? When I have the snow clipped on top of the main section, do you want it on the whole page, including the sidebar? I mean, it's more for you thing. It was just me. I wouldn't have the snow. So you know. Yeah. I've lived through years where I was forced to do these. So that's why it just pisses me off. It just makes no sense to me to have these. It's a waste of time, resources. It's just a waste. That's all I'm gonna say. Alright, cool, you have 5 more. How different and more organic, and that would make more sense when it comes to having these. Some of them are a bit more jagged than others, but yeah, that's more than the more better than the jizz at the top. I feel like they have, yeah, a floor, more flows overall on that, and yes, it is. It is a true waste of time for you, for me, for everyone. I feel like if it's just on the main container, it's pretty okay. Like it's kind of weird for it to not have the elements drop and like again the god damn it, the snow here is sticking at the bottom, which is an interesting choice. Like it's not there for no reason. So if you don't have it at the bottom that just stick where it's supposed to stick, I feel like it's a sad point. But that works. That's fine. As long as the clicks are not impacted and things work, I'm fine with it. So use these instead. I'm gonna send that to, I mean, tag them first. And then I'm gonna send that to another place. Boom, renamed. Ugh. They should all be the exact same width of 184, and then they have different height, obviously, which is fine, I guess. I didn't think about this, which is on me, but I feel like, and you tell me, the indicators may be under it at some point. if you place them where or how I said you should, which is like this, basically. So you may have some clipping here and there because you want them inside. God damn it! I don't know. Right, you place them inside. That's what you're doing. Yeah. Yeah. It's fine though. It's gonna be okay. So yeah, I feel like that's the base. Okay. Okay. Cool. Yeah, I don't think anything else has popped in. If you're good with the snow, I'm good with the snow. We're good with the snow. We're fine. And I don't think we need more than that. Again, like I really think that just having the snow falling is enough to be as cringe and as regular of a website as everyone else. And then if you add the snow cap on the posters, why not? But it's yeah, the same thing. It's not necessary. So I don't know. Oh yeah, I do. It brings nothing. It it brings nothing. Uh, Let me just rephrase that for a second. It brings nothing when it comes to the content itself and the speed and the understanding, and it's just an ornament, which is fine, right? Having ornament on your website is fine. It's just that it is such a cliche thing and such a non-existent thing in half of the world right now that it makes no sense to me. Like for a ton of people, as in Australia, for example, it is summer right now. So having snow falling on the website makes absolutely no sense because it's not related to what they have. Because they like Christmas is not a snowy period. It is related to snow in a lot of part of the world, but it has no fucking sense to be snowy in Australia for Christmas. So that's my main point. It's just, it makes no sense. It shouldn't exist. And yeah, that's about it. It is better though. These caps are a bit better, more natural. So yeah, it's a good thing. I just want, yeah, I was looking for one of these. The drop shadow is a bit strong. We could make it better if you wanted to, but I don't think, seeing how you did the changes, I don't know how good it's gonna be for you to do that. Mm. I think the obnoxious shadow may be more visible if you have like a dark colored background compared to these, but that is debatable. Shit. Yeah, I don't know. Both work. On light background, it's going to be easier to see. On dark background, it's going to be better to have like a bit of a stronger overall inner shadow to ensure that you understand the physicality of it. But nah, you decide. Both work. You tell me which one you prefer, and then I'm just applying that to the rest. Or not, because they are the same. They are currently the second one. So, yeah, whichever makes more sense. I think the current one are fluffier, so they have like more snow in them. The top is a bit more flat, but the separation with the background looks more natural. So I feel like we could have like an in between where the shadow at the bottom is kind of slimmer, but the inner shadow is kind of brighter, bigger, right here, to give us like more plump snow. Yep. Well, you can re-export them if you want to. And since they are SVGs, you should be fine with it. You should be fine with it. Well, you know, that's that's fine. That's a fine effect. I don't like it, but that's fine. It just makes no sense. It just makes no sense. Just Like even in Brazil, it's not like the other side of the world is just not in the same temperatures, and it makes no sense to have like this thing. Like I don't really know. Again, I don't know the similar or the current state of um like the whole Christmas on other countries that don't have snow. Really? Like I don't know what are the presentations of Christmas. Is it still snowy, which when it makes more sense, no sense? Like it's just weird to me. So like the tree is fine, but the snow is not. That's the thing that I don't understand as well. Like why is that not? It's weird. It doesn't. It doesn't make any sense. Anyways, these are cute though. That is a cute ass koala. I agree with that. Yes. God damn. Perfect. There. I'm gonna give you this, and I want this all over. Yeah, no, I don't know. It's just weird to me. But if it works for you, I don't give a shit. As long as you're fine with it and that it works for what you want to create, I don't care. I don't care. I do agree that the shadow is better. And no shadows at all. It's an interesting thing. Because it's an SVG, did you just say replace the shadow for everything? Yeah, probably. What else? I don't know. I'm trying to think, which is always hard, but I'm trying to think what other things that are Christmas related could be used to not be snow or to be location based. That would be much better for me. So having the Christmas lights, that's a thing that can happen everywhere. That's fine. Having the Christmas tree is debatable because pine tree, even though they're all year long, it's mostly green and in that state at that time of the year. So, or at that kind of season and temperatures and climates. That is complicated for me to justify having like a tree thing on the sides, on the corners, or whatever. The Santa Claus color scheme is the easiest thing to do specifically for you. It's either like on Christmas type time, meaning December. The website is just by default in light mode in red theme. That's it. It's the easiest thing to do because you can just switch that theme and then it's just like that's what happens. You can have like a dark mode red, but that's gonna be weird and not really work. So I don't know. I don't know. That's an interesting behavior. Having it on top means that it needs to be a bit wider. You need to make them a tad more wide than what they are right now, so that we don't have this on hover. But you know, that's fine. You're not bad. It's a bit too much. Yeah, much better. Good. Good. Yeah, that makes more sense. Oh shit. Oh yeah, I guess. Well, that's what happened. Mm. I don't know. I do not know. Do you like it at least? That is the question. That is the question. Layering them is not a good idea, but I know you're just testing out stuff. And I know I'm not showing my screen at the moment. I just see things. God damn it. Max, hi. Welcome on in. How are you? How have you been? Yeah. I know. Most people do for some reason. Get it? I can't. You see, I have nothing there. Nothing. I can't flex. Can't flex muscle. There is no muscle. It's not an option. I'm fine. I'm tired. Much tired. I have so much things to do. Like this week, I have my Japanese language test on Friday, Japanese language test on Saturday. The first one, I don't know what it's gonna be about. The second one, I know. So I need a kind of prep for the first one because it's kind of random. And then I have the Android app to launch. I mean, finish and launch. And I have some fixes to do on the iOS app. I don't know. I don't know if you've been here since I talked about that section. God damn it, this thing. Right? You've seen this? You've seen that creation right there? You've seen that? That? So I'm currently working on this thing on Android, and it's just bad. Android code is just non-working. Nothing makes sense. So, yeah. Like things that worked yesterday don't work today. It's just a mess. So, dang. That's good. Dang, I like that. That's nice. That works every day. That's good. The iOS app is just like the code for iOS, the Swift UI code is just so easier for my brain to grasp and for everything to be done, even though I'm not doing much. I'm just like prompting the AI assistant in Cursor to help me create this. It's just so much easier for me afterward to just go in and tweak some things, change some paddings, change some spacing. In Android, it just make no sense at all. And every time that the cursor is trying to do something, as in Kotlin specifically, it's just it fixes the current error, and it brings you 5 more on things that are absolutely unrelated. Whereas for some reason, I mean, not for some reason, but the main reason is the import things when you need to have import for everything. So if you need an icon somewhere, you need to import that fucking icon at the top, which makes no sense. So, you know, all that. Other than that, we good. I mean, to me, this makes no sense. Like this Kotlin syntax is closer. I went to Kotlin Jetpack because it's closer to what iOS has, but the understanding of like the language here to me is so much simpler and faster to just have the content. So yeah, goddamn, I can't even see your fucking message, Stony. The whole thing kind of break. Thank you. Yeah, no, you can't do that. That's holy shit. That is no, you don't. That's the Tumblr theme from 2008. The background that we used to have. But yes, you could go with that. That's an option. The thing that I want is like on tap. Basically on Swift UI and specifically on these projects, anything that is inside of that folder, which is probably just above my camera, which you probably can't see, but anything that is in that folder right here, the first folder, is imported by default because it is part of the project. That's it. And then anything that is inside of the project details, like the default iOS project details, any view, any component, any constant, anything that I add in there is going to be imported in the other views. So as soon as I create a new thing, as in the streak curved bar, for example, it's not exported, it's not imported. It just import the Swift UI because we do need Swift UI to define the Swift UI content. If I want to have that curved progress bar into my streak card here and loading that instead of my streak progress bar that is right here, I can just say, instead of progress bar here, I just have my curve. And then because it's working, it's loading, it's fine, we have it, it's done. Like it's just, it needs some tweaking, but it's done. Yeah, it's just, to me, you don't have to think much about the content of the file itself. It's just like as soon as you have defined a function, a component, a struct, or anything that is potentially reusable across the project, it is potentially reusable across the project. So that's the, I've, for me, as someone that doesn't understand shit, like if I have my struct milestone item here, it's just gonna be available here if I really want to. It's not an issue. And then the syntax of it is pretty simple, like to understand. This one specifically is complex because it is a complex thing. But for the card itself, if I'm going into the, I'm going to keep that open. If I'm going into the layout section, which is right here, you basically have an if that says if the user is in the free plan, you do have the plan info that should be displayed. Cool. And then after that, you have a divider, and then under that, you have your card, which has the title plus a spacer plus other things underneath, whatever. And so it's just like you have the free plan here plus a divider, and then if it's not like needed, it's just gonna not be there, which makes so much more sense. Then you have all of your layout underneath, and you're good. It's just, I don't know, it's just so easy to me. Yeah, I'm not coding still. That still doesn't exist. But yeah, like for example, right now I know that this thing is supposed to be here for the sake of placement and layouts. So if I have it here, then it makes a bit more sense. And if I have it after the spacer, it's gonna be easier to get. So that's um, Stony did nothing. What happened is I had to build an app. Therefore, I built an app. That's yeah, that's what happened. That's weird. That's a weird behavior. I mean, Stony did nothing when it comes to the iOS section because there is no. Stony doesn't really have the knowledge of the iOS Swift UI section. It does have a lot of help when it comes to figuring out like the curve, for example. Not this one specifically, but indirectly, when we had a chat about how I kind of was struggling with figuring out how to place each of the elements in that curved tab bar selection, the discussion kind of made me realize things, and then I figured things out after the stream. That's what Stony can be thanked for here, like that. Yes, that's that thing. Yes, 100%. No, not exactly, but yeah, it's pretty good. I talked about talking about Grizz that said that I should share that with my school, my Japanese school, and then have them like use the app in the curriculum and all that. I just asked them today if I could potentially like drop like a flyer or something to get the students right now to use the app, and he said maybe. I said I'm kind of waiting to have like the Android app done and released so that we can have like the user on both sides. But yeah, that's the idea. As far as now, which is Monday, I think if all goes well, I should be able to get the app before the end of the year on Android. If all goes well. I have doubts because Kotlin is just a mess, but yeah. I think I'm still N4. N4 and 3, that's my grades. Currently the class that I'm at is N3 equivalent. It's weird. It's a French rating, so it's off and wrong, but it's that school rating type of thing. So I'm roughly at N3 as an equivalent, and I'm a bit struggling because it's complex. Like most of the class already has some knowledge about some kanjis that I can't read, and yeah, it's a bit of a weird thing. I think they expect me to have the knowledge, but today we kind of tried to do some skills check with my teacher, and basically any questions I do understand and I can answer. So anything that is on the what, where, who, which, with what type of questions, like how much, how many, when, all of these, the W questions, all of that makes sense, and that's the thing that I can answer, and I can kind of understand them as well. So I'm roughly N4 and 3 in like at the in between the two. But yeah, it's still not good. I do speak to myself in Japanese now. I'm trying to, like, as much as I can, because that's basically what worked in learning English. Like trying to create sentences in my head in English to then speak and use that. So I'm trying to do the same thing in Japanese. The struggle is the knowledge of vocabularies. That's the creation. That's what led to the creation of the app. I don't have the words. Like I know how to formulate a sentence, structure the sentence, put it at a format like for past, potential, question, all that. It's really easy. But if I can't tell you the word for keyboard, I'm not gonna be able to create the phrase. So obviously keyboard is keyboard, or so that's fine. But for other things, like it's just you know. But that's the main thing. Writing is useless. Reading is what I kind of struggle with, the kanji specifically. But speaking is really easy. Listening is really easy. understanding is really easy. Like if I can't read a sentence, but the teacher read it back to me, I can absolutely understand an answer, which is why I'm saying that I'm like at N3, N4, N3 limits type of things, because it's just like the Japanese language is very simple as a whole. But I basically need that that's gonna be porn again. Sorry, that's the wrong thing. Like yeah. Yeah, it is. I mean, that's basically what it is. Like the input methods, which is what we recommend to anyone, is gonna be useful. Like for example, here I can't really. I mean, I can read that, but this I don't know. And then like this is computer no no 説明を聞く. So it's asking instruction on computers, but I don't know that. Like I don't know what that is. I can't read it because there is no furigana above it. And then はじめに宝れば. That's extremely simple. But then it like if I'm getting into other territories of kanjis and I don't have the ability to have the furigana above it, I'm just lost. So this is fine because I can 100% read that section at the top because that makes sense. But reading this is not going to be an option on its own. Like I don't know any of these characters. And again, as I said, like the like this is Keiyoshi no Fukushika. That's it. Right? So writing with a pen, I don't have a pen. With a pen makes no sense because if for some reason I'm here and I say, let's ke yo shi, right? Maybe that's the, I mean, it's not the right word specifically, but it's the keiyoushi. So I kind of messed it up. Ke I yo shi. Keiyoshi. Like I don't need to learn how to write by hand. I need to know how to read these bitches. So that's all. That's what I'm struggling with. It's just like I can't read this without this, and when I don't have this, I can't read it, which is basically what I said. But if I always rely on these things, I'm not learning these because I'm only learning or reading the top section. So I don't fucking know. And it like the lessons and the courses that I'm doing just don't make sense enough, or don't give me an incentive, like a good enough incentive for me to just grasp these kanjis. But that's the thing. Like it makes no sense. So that's why when I build the kanji section right here, that view is simple, and I know this is nana. Then I can just read or have the readings underneath and say, okay, so that's nana, but that's also shichi. Okay, cool. And then I know what it means, but then I can move to the next one. This is ichi, and then mimi, and then this is either shiro or hyaku. This one is hyaku. So with that, with the repetition and the seeing of each of the kanjis and the characters, if I don't really know and I'm like, oh, what is this? Is this toshi? No, this is kon or king or ima. And so ima is now. Cool, I can move on. That's the easiest way for me to just go through, because that these kanjis in the beginning, like it's just way easier to just grasp and have the base, at least for me. So I don't know. The thing is, the list of vocabulary necessary for the Japanese test is going to be a good idea to have the vocabulary specifically and not the kanji uniquely, because like this one, hana, which is flowers, it might not be the word that you see. You might see hanabi, which is something different, which is either fireworks or the event at the end of the summer event type of thing. So, right, all that. Like the fact that I know things just by looking at them, I know their meaning. I might not necessarily know how things work entirely, but yeah, hanami and anabi is different, but they are the same kanjis side by side. So if it's just like just the kanjis themselves, because that's the idea, that's the goal. If it's just the kanji themselves, I feel like it's good. It's a good start, at least, to get like the base and the understanding of the words. But I guess vocabulary, again, is the thing that you need. Like you don't need to know the single letters. Like any kanjis have meanings and greater meanings, but they're usually in pairs or more. So yeah. Hiragana is really simple. Katakana is annoying for anyone, Japanese people included. Kanjis are necessary. The N5 is like 100 kanji, 120, I think. 103. 103 right there. So it's really fast. And then N4 is almost 200. And N3 is 730. A squared 8? As in Nihon and Nihongo? What do you mean, a squared 8? The squared 8? I'm really having a hard time grasping what you're talking about with the square 8. As in... As in he? That's what you call a square 8? That 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 Nietzsche or he. That's the kanji for day. It's not a square 8. It's the kanji for the sun. That's the sun. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. And hon? Do you know hon? Hon is really simple. It's one tree. So you have a tree and a 1. And so that's the radical for 1 at the bottom and the radical for 3 at the top. So you have both. And so if you use one tree, you get a book. Basically. By using a tree. Just one. Get a book. And if you have multiple trees, I feel like I'm seeing CSS art, so that's oh, the music. Oh, give me something that doesn't make sound. So no. Sorry. Obviously you can't hear that because god damn. I mean, you can do that, yes, if you want to. That's fine. That's pure CSS. That works. See? But yeah, like Mocha is for a tree, and then if you have multiple trees, let me see if I can find... I guess I should just look for Mori. It's gonna be easier. But if you have three trees, guess what? It's a forest. It's because you have multiple trees. So it's just... It's the same radical with the tree, and you have 3 of them, at least. Therefore, it's a forest. If you have like a tree and an inch, you have mura, and that's a small place with a tree. Is usually a village or a town. It's just things make sense. That is the main reason why I have made the radical section, because as soon as you understand most, if not all, of the radicals, and you go through all of that and you just pick out things, and you're like, well, this is the kanji for hand, but it's a radical that is used in 52 other kanjis that exist in the app right now. So as soon as you understand the meaning of hand or action or taking something, doing something, and you just go through, I don't know, that one, you can see that the bottom section is the hand, and then this is to manipulate, and it's called te no hira on the far right section. Te no hira is the reading of that whole kanji. So yeah, it's simple. It makes sense. Yeah, you don't have 7 fingers. Technically, you don't have 6 fingers, but it's that, and then 5 things that goes around. As in, you can see it as 1 and 2. That's about it. So you have 1 in the center, just there. Anyways, that doesn't change much in the fact that this is, like, the understanding of this makes a lot of sense. Anyways. That's the idea, the concept, the base. So you know. Then I'm not Grinch. I just hate Christmas. That is not true. I No, they have a different um, thing, but Chin is in katakana. Chin is a borrowed word. It's not a Japanese word. Um, so, yeah. Yeah. Oh yeah, we're gonna do that. We are gonna do that for yeah, what 100%. Cool. Yeah, there was a ton of words that just Chin is chi in, and it's coming from. I think it's coming from Chinese. I'm not sure, which is weird because Chinese is like the base of the kanjis, but that's the reason why I have in my specific vocabulary dictionaries, I have the slang dictionaries, in which case in there you may have things that are related to some activities for educational purposes. I had to explain that to Apple at some point. Um, that yes, we may talked about drug and drinking and all of that in some dictionaries, but they are only for understanding. So, you know, like this whole thing is like dasai. Dasai is a uncool, but that's a slang. That's a term that people use that is not really a Japanese term. So that's interesting to me. That is interesting. Anyways, I think that is the thing that I need to press on right this instant, which is this, and then I need to press on that. Haven't gone there ever, so we're gonna see. Anyways, as always, the VOD is gonna be on YouTube. I'm running out. The Discord is open if you have questions and not live. That happens sometimes, and then you can stalk me online, um, or you can come back here on Wednesday. Hypnotic has a good voice, and he seemingly uses, I think, finite effects on his camera, so that's interesting. And I don't know exactly what he will work on today, but it's working on game most of the times, so you can take that out. As always, I said a lot of things, and you can buy something,
Mom!
if you want. Nonetheless, I might be back on Wednesday if all goes well. I have like a ton of things happening on Wednesday, but yeah, we'll see. It's gonna be fine. It's gonna be fine. Take care of yourself. Enjoy the rest of your day. Chris, good job. You won. As always, eat something, drink something, be kind to each other, and I'll see you all next time. Bye.